Good afternoon, everyone. I'm meteorologist Nicole Hartford. We have a weather impact alert that is in effect as we speak and continues through much of the day today as well as into the overnight tonight, mainly for the threat for some heavy rainfall. So that weather impact alert through today into tonight as we watch multiple rounds of rainfall across North Georgia. At times, this rain will be heavy, which could lead to an elevated flood risk. So we do have a flood watch that remains in effect across all of metro Atlanta. This really extends through the I-85 corridor and then up towards the northwest. That is where that risk for some flooding is going to be the highest, especially around those typical low-lying spots. You all know them, close to streams, creeks, rivers, the locations that quickly swell when we have larger amounts of rainfall. Already we've picked up some decent rain accumulation across North Georgia. You can see that little swath that extends into portions of Cleburne as well as Randolph County in Alabama and then pushes into Carroll County as well as even into portions of Cherokee County where our rainfall totals, and these are radar indicated, are close to 2 inches in some spots. Now the majority of the area through that I-85 corridor and up towards the northwest, we've picked up anywhere from about a ½ inch up to 1.5 inches. In areas highlighted in green down towards the east and the southeast of the city, some spots haven't even picked up 1/4 to a ½ inch of accumulation yet. But we are just getting started when it comes to the heavy rainfall, especially. This is what the radar looks like currently. We've been seeing consistent, fairly widespread rainfall throughout the entirety of the morning, but over the last few hours, we've started to see more locations that pick up on heavy rainfall. Some of the heaviest rain right now extends into portions of Clayton County and Coweta County, just south of Peachtree City, with that line that goes up towards the Covington area as well, and even into portions of Gwinnett County. Through much of downtown Atlanta right now, we're seeing a persistent light rainfall, but we are watching this rain off towards the west, closer to Carroll County, where the heavier rainfall is headed our way there. We've got that big swath of heavier rain that extends through Alabama into Carroll County and down towards the Luthersville area as well. Up towards far north Georgia, we've got some heavier rainfall up by the Lake Lanier area as well as into the northwestern corner of the state. So the pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall are becoming more prevalent. And as we go throughout the next couple hours, we'll be on the lookout for what we call training thunderstorms. That's when these heavy areas of rain redevelop over the same locations, and that's what leads to the higher rainfall accumulation totals. So we'll be watching this really closely. Some heavier rainfall just south of the Rome area right now as well as up towards Somerville. Now we've got a lot more rainfall to go. These scattered showers extend really through East Texas into portions of Mississippi as well as Alabama and of course into our area as well. And we'll continue to pump in this moisture throughout really the next 20 hours or so, not really coming to an end until tomorrow morning. You'll notice that while we are seeing a number of spots with heavy rainfall on the radar, at this point there's not a lot in the way of thunderstorm activity, and that simply has to do with our temperatures, especially through North Georgia. It's chilly. It's been chilly the last day or two because of our wedge pattern. If you're not familiar with the wedge setup here in North Georgia, it's a very common occurrence. It's when a ridge of high pressure develops off towards the Carolinas and it pushes all this cold air against the Appalachian Mountains and eventually traps it across North Georgia. That's why our temperatures are only in the 40s right now in Atlanta. And then as you go down towards the south, closer to the Gulf Coast and even out towards Montgomery, you start to see temperatures a little bit milder. Now, our risk for storms and potentially severe weather all has to do with how this wedge erodes. We do think that this will start to erode as we go into the evening and overnight especially, which means temperatures will eventually start to warm up. Warmer air is inherently less stable, which means it's more conducive for thunderstorms. So where we have the warmer temperatures, it's where we also have a risk for severe weather. Here's our severe weather threat for today. This takes us through 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. From the Storm Prediction Center, we have this little bullseye of that level 3 enhanced risk for severe storms that stretches from the far eastern corner of Louisiana into Mississippi as well as Alabama and comes up just barely to the Georgia line in central Georgia. This is where we have the highest risk for severe weather today, where it is most likely we could see storms that produce not only gusty winds as well as hail, frequent lightning, and heavy rainfall, but we have a risk for tornadoes. Now, our tornado threat across North Georgia, very, very low. I do think, though, not zero, especially down towards the southwestern areas southwest of the city. Now, we're highlighted through Metro Atlanta with a marginal, which is a level 1, to slight, which is a level 2 risk. So we are going to be on the lookout later today into the evening and late tonight as our cold front arrives for some storms that could get up to strong or even severe criteria. As I mentioned, our tornado threat is very low, but it's not zero. So we will be monitoring this closely, and it is entirely dependent on whether or not that wedge erodes and whether or not our temperatures manage to warm up. Here's how it plays out hour by hour on our forecast track. We continue to see the widespread heavy rainfall. You'll notice that so far and through much of the rest of the afternoon, the focus of this heavy rainfall is really on that I-85 corridor and into the northwestern corner of the state. That's where we have our flood watch. That's where our flood risk is the highest. But we'll start to see perhaps a little lull in activity as we get into the later afternoon and evening hours. The timestamp right here, this is 6 o'clock later this evening. It's by no means a break in the activity completely. We'll still see isolated embedded thunderstorms, areas of heavy rainfall, but it may not be as widespread for the evening commute. That said, it is likely still going to be sloppy on the roadways, regardless of whether it's actually raining. Rain will start to pick up again as we get closer to the sunset and after sunset as our cold front approaches. And this is when we start to introduce that possibility for the stronger storms or the severe storms, especially in these locations southwest of the city where you see the reds and even some pinks showing up on the radar. That's where we could have some stronger embedded thunderstorms. This continues overnight, so this is by 1 o'clock in the morning. We start to see some clearing up into the northwestern corner of the state, and we clear out from northwest down towards the southeast as we get into tomorrow morning. So by the time you're waking up on Thursday morning, the rain may be coming to an end in many locations. That does not necessarily mean that our flood risk is over, especially depending on how things unfold tonight. Around those streams, creeks, we have runoff, and that's when all the rainfall that fell has to go somewhere. So it ends up in these bodies of water that continue to swell in some locations even after the rainfall has ended. So I urge you, especially if you'll be out on the roads tonight after the sun has set or before the sun rises tomorrow while it's dark and a little harder to see, just make sure you take it slow. And if you don't have to be driving, you may just want to avoid it. We will keep a low end rain chance in the forecast as we go into Thursday, but I don't think we'll see much in the way of rain. Anything that we get rainfall wise will mainly be in the morning hours. Now keep in mind, we've already picked up anywhere from 1/4 of an inch up to 2 inches of rainfall in some locations. This is just one forecast model, but it gives us an idea of how much more accumulation we could see. So it ranges for most through that swath of heavier rainfall that I was showing you through the I-85 corridor and up to the northwest, where many spots pick up 2, 3, perhaps even some localized areas of 4 inches of accumulation on top of what we've already picked. Down towards the southeast of the I-85 corridor, we're talking widespread totals of about 1 to 2 inches. That could still lead to some very minor flooding, pooling on roadways, slick spots, of course, but it may not be as much of an issue in those locations. Our rainfall comes to an end throughout the day on Thursday. We dry out for Friday, and then we do bring rain back into the forecast as we move into the weekend. We've got another storm system that will pull in additional moisture from the Gulf of Mexico as it approaches. This will lead to some isolated showers on Saturday, but the main event will come late Saturday night into early Sunday morning, and with warmer temperatures that may also introduce another risk for some severe weather late Saturday night. Notice temperatures today are chilly. We'll see a bit of a spread because of our wedge pattern up towards the northeast of the city. We're going to stay cold all day. Down towards the southwest of Atlanta, temperatures may manage to get up into the 50s or even the 60s by midnight tonight. Temperatures will get warmer as that wedge erodes into the end of the week as well as the weekend. So we're talking highs back to about 10 degrees above average as we get into this weekend. Our 7-day forecast will be an active one for today and into tonight, and then again potentially Saturday night into Sunday morning. We have that weather impact alert going throughout the day today. It just means you need to stay weather aware. We're doing additional coverage to make sure that you are able to stay on top of the rainfall across North Georgia. We'll continue to stream here on 11 Alive Plus, as well as have live updates on air through the evening and even into tonight as is necessary. Our rainfall, of course, still widespread across North Georgia, and we'll continue to see these periods of rainfall really throughout the next 24 hours as conditions do start to deteriorate and we introduce a little bit more of a flood risk.
And today we've got one of them ongoing now and more coming in for overnight. So looking ahead the rest of today, we're watching out for road flooding. We're watching out for river flooding, creeks and streams to be running high as well. This is our flood watch, which goes all the way through tomorrow morning. And that was extended yesterday, expanded in the area. So it now includes Atlanta and all of south and eastern metro counties as well for rainfall amounts, including last night's that could be 3 to 5 inches of rain. We've already seen some decent rainfall amounts in some areas, about 1 to 1.5 inches. And how much additional rain can we see? Another 1 to as much as 3 inches of rain coming between now and first thing tomorrow morning. So the highest rainfall totals will likely be just north and west of the Atlanta area. That's what this model shows, but everywhere will get more heavy rainfall between this afternoon and first thing tomorrow morning. So we are talking about a lot of rain inundating same areas of the roads over and over again, and that could lead to standing water on the roads. That could lead to water rises of creeks and streams, especially for the evening commute today with a lot of, we call them impervious surfaces. We're talking about all the concrete, the asphalt that doesn't absorb that rainfall the same way that the grass does or the soil does. It washes off the roads. It runs off the roads into the low-lying points of the roadways, and that's how we can get flooding that happens. This is a loop from the last couple of hours showing you the radar. And what I want to point out is that on this I-85 corridor, kind of in between I-20, I-85, got this one area of pretty good rain that's stretching in from the west, and some of these areas have already picked up some pretty decent rainfall amounts. This is the last 48 hours, so it does include what we got yesterday morning and yesterday evening. And you can see here in this purple color that includes parts of Polk County, Haralson County, down into Heard County and Carroll County. We've got some of those rainfall totals that are 1.5 to 2 inches already. In Atlanta, we have picked up under 1/2 inch of rain, but those rainfall amounts continue to amount, and we will end up with much more before the end of the day today. So that heavy rain right now that we're tracking is right approaching I-85, so it's working its way northeastward along Fulton County and to Coweta County as well. We can also see those rainfall amounts. The rainfall rates have picked up as well inside the perimeter and along I-20 as you're traveling out through DeKalb County, through Rockdale County, even out towards Walton County as well. The rainfall rates have increased. Also up in Cobb County, tracking some of that slightly heavier rain that's pushing through Marietta, down by Vinings and Smyrna and Sandy Springs as well, pushing across the 400 interchange. And then to the south, the leading edge of that steady rainfall just about to McDonough now. This is all moving to the east and gradually getting a little further to the south. So rainfall moving back in there. Newton raining very heavy right now, and also out towards Heard County. We got Central Hatchie and also Texas, where we are tracking some of that heavier rainfall. Traveling up 75. Ooh, it is a wet ride pretty much anywhere across the area. We've got this widespread rain coming down, and you can see we've got this one swath of moisture pushing in now. More rain back in Alabama, and then back to the west, another line of developing showers and thunderstorms, and those are moving in towards Louisiana and Mississippi. And this is a brand new, you see this red box on the map. This is a tornado watch, which is in effect. So this is where we're just starting to see a few isolated, we call them discrete cells that are developing, and that'll be the target feature this afternoon to watch for tornado formation. Let me show you big picture what we're expecting timeline wise, and then we're going to backtrack and talk about, in addition to heavy rain, the severe weather aspect with this event. You can see this afternoon a lot of heavy rain pushing through. This is 2:30 this afternoon, still heavy rain, especially north of Atlanta. We'll go to the end of the afternoon and start of the evening hours. We may not see that much on the southeast side of town, but more of that heavy rain pushes in the evening. This is 8 o'clock on forecast track. You see that heavy rain starting to come in from the west in Alabama. That'll be a line of thunderstorms early tomorrow morning and late tonight, and it's going to be within that line of storms that'll bring, I think, enhance that risk of flash flooding, and also, if we warm up enough, could bring a couple of stronger storms south and west of the Atlanta area. So impacts, slow commutes, very high chance of that, medium risk of flooding, and then talking about power outages, we could see an isolated gusty wind, but overall, where it's just raining and we're tracking more of that flooding threat, the winds are not going to be as extreme, so I'm not expecting as much in the way of power outages today. This is the latest outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, and you'll see in this tan shade, this is a level 3 threat of severe weather out of 5. So where we have that tornado watch right now, that's in Louisiana and southern Mississippi. That's in the level 2 and 3 area. But you notice in North Georgia, we also have a level 1 and level 2 threat. This is contingent upon what happens with our temperatures today. If we are going to see severe weather playing out, it's not going to be until overnight tonight, in my opinion, and it's probably going to be southwest of the Atlanta metro, the inner metro. So we're talking about closer to LaGrange, Troup County, Meriwether, Pike, Lamar, Upson counties, maybe even Heard County. Once you get into Atlanta itself, it's going to be difficult to see storms develop unless our temperatures drastically warm up a lot more than where they are now. We have this wedge of cool air. We've been talking about this for several days, how it would build in, and this is a very strong wedge. Look at our temperatures right now. We have this northeast and east wind, which built in starting Monday evening, and then as rain's fallen into that cold air wedge, it's reinforced it, making it even stronger. And that's why our temperatures are so cold right now. And that wedge extends all the way into eastern Alabama, all the way into Macon currently. That's how strong it is this time with this weather system. It's 42 in Atlanta, Peachtree City 41, just 43 in LaGrange, and 41 in Marietta. If we start to see LaGrange's numbers by 5 o'clock spiking into the 50s and beyond, then that's a sign the wedge is starting to erode or kind of getting pushed back up to the northeast. But if these numbers stay in the 40s, it's going to be hard to bring in more of that moist, unstable air mass and bring us a chance of severe weather, ultimately. So I'm going to show you a model. This is our tornado tracker model. So it's called for those who are very nerdy in weather terms, it's called significant tornado parameter, but it's looking at a lot of different variables. What are the temperatures? What are the humidity? What's the low level wind shear? That's so important. And is there any CAPE? It's looking at all those different things. And you'll notice here, of course, throughout the day today, there's no chance of severe weather. But watch how this starts to nudge up a little bit as we head into the overnight. Here's where we see a more favorable environment to our west in Alabama, but then late tonight, it tries to bring in this one little nose of more unstable air, and that would be southwest of Atlanta. This is still, though, you see the color bar at the top, low end on the scale. For those familiar with the actual numbers, brings up our numbers to about a 1, which is not that high as a whole, but enough to support an isolated spin-up tornado. So we'll be watching that tonight. I really think south and west of the Atlanta inner metro. So as you get south of Noonan, the best chance of an isolated strong storm. Also out towards Columbus, Georgia as well. And then early tomorrow morning, it's moving into areas not in the wedge, so down in central Georgia, a more favorable setup for severe weather. Now, let's talk about the winds. Here's the forecast track for the winds. You see these little tiny arrows on here? These are the wind directions that we're seeing, and this is that wedge that's still in place. It has been reinforcing the cold air. Let's watch what happens with the winds on this model by 7 this evening. Notice, look, we still have that northeast wind. Those little arrows on the map, where's the wind coming from and going to, still coming in from that northeast direction. It's right down in here in central Georgia where it says the wedge is going to erode away. If we see that playing out, we're not going to see severe weather. But if that wedge can erode away by 7 tonight, a little further north, that helps to put a few pockets south and west of Atlanta into a more unstable environment, even into tomorrow morning at 1 o'clock, maybe out towards LaGrange. You can see those wind directions shifting a little bit, but in Atlanta, we still have that east wind. It's not until the front comes through that we finally see those wind directions changing. So that's another sign that we have been looking at on model data, where we know the severe weather outlook looks impressive, right? I'll back up a couple of graphics so we can show you that again. Here we go. Remember, we've got level 1, northeast side of Atlanta, level 2 from Atlanta, point south and west. But this outlook is put out by forecasters in Norman, Oklahoma. They're not as greatly familiar with the wedge and how the wedge behaves as what we are here in Georgia. Our local meteorologists at 11 Alive, the National Weather Service, all of us collaborate on these types of internal discussions. And we really feel that that level 2 going up to Atlanta and a level 1 going all the way up into southern Hall County. It's likely too far north. So I would have been more comfortable if it would have been pushed back into maybe Coweta County for that level 2 and maybe kind of Gwinnett County, the southern tip of Gwinnett County for the level 1. But we'll see what ends up happening. Right now, we don't feel strongly that we will see severe weather occur in Atlanta, but south and west of the inner metro, we'll be watching that very closely. Let me recap forecast track. This is a different model than I showed you earlier, but a similar kind of solution where we have these waves of heavy rainfall for the rest of the afternoon, more to the north than the south, but then heavy rain builds back in again overnight tonight. This is 8 o'clock showing that heavy rain starting to build back in. Here is the front itself with that line of heavy rain and some thunderstorms back to the south and west. That's 1 o'clock in the morning. We'll push this out to 2:30 right on top of Atlanta. If we were to see strong storms, they're in this sweet spot here, right on the outskirt of the wedge, right on the outskirts of it. Sometimes these storms like to ride around that boundary where we go from really cold temperatures to really warm. That can be their sweet spot. So 2:30 tomorrow morning, tracking that line of heavy rain and a few thunderstorms. And then by 4:30, we're seeing it clear on the northwest side of town, and then some of that still ongoing on the southeast side of town, and then we'll see all of this clearing by first thing tomorrow morning. If you are curious, we do see a little sunshine coming back tomorrow afternoon, but it likely won't be widespread. Look at that picture. I know it looks like just a gray screen. That's a tower cam over Atlanta. Rain coming down. That tower cam is so high up that it is in the clouds. Yes, so temperature staying pretty steady the next couple of hours. Gradually, as that front gets closer, it's going to try to scour out the cold air. Right now, I've got us staying in the 40s all the way until close to midnight, maybe topping above 50 degrees by then, but I think in Atlanta, it's going to be difficult to get much warmer than that. So we'll see high rain chances all the way through about 2, 3 a.m. tomorrow. By 6 o'clock, it's areas south and east of Atlanta, still seeing some of that rain and then drying out beyond then as we look at some cooler air moving in. When I say cooler, milder tomorrow than chillier, colder mornings by Friday for your Valentine's Day. So today, at best 53 at 11:59 p.m. tonight. We'll see if we actually make it there. We will see some 60s tomorrow behind the front, breezy. Valentine's Day looks dry. Over the weekend, look at us in the 60s again. We'll be watching over the weekend, though, another chance of some showers and thunderstorms out there by Sunday morning. Low temperature, Valentine's Day morning, pretty cold. Once we get into early next week, we are not done with sub-freezing temperatures yet. There will be another opportunity for some of those to come in early next week. And then here is our rain chance for the weekend. There will be some nuisance showers around Saturday. Okay, but Sunday, it could be a thunderstorm risk in the morning that we want to talk about. And that is why I'm showing you this. This is our severe weather outlook for Saturday night into early Sunday morning. This is day 4 outlook, so it goes well in advance. And this is not your typical thing where there's marginal, slight, enhanced. This is just a 15% chance versus 30% chance. Just like we're seeing today, there's going to be another severe weather event unfolding to our west on Saturday afternoon and evening. We will have another wedge in place here in North Georgia. I don't think it's as strong as the one we have now. So zooming in, you can see the western half of our area by Sunday morning is in that 15% chance of strong storms. So that is what's to come. Just an idea of the timing. Nuisance showers on Saturday. And then here's first thing Sunday morning, that line of showers and maybe even some thunderstorms coming through North Georgia. So we will be watching that for you as we go through the next couple of days. But in the interim, it is this immediate threat this afternoon, evening, and tonight of heavy rainfall, the much lower chance of severe weather as well. We'll be talking about that streaming again here at 2 o'clock here on 11 Alive. And you can catch me not just on 11 Alive Plus, but in about 7 minutes, we'll be on the air on 11 Alive in the middle of NBC News Now daily that happens at 1 o'clock each afternoon. So we will see you over there as well. On the dot, and I'm meteorologist Melissa Noor with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team, tracking heavy rainfall in North Georgia and also tracking the risk that we could see a few stronger storms later on tonight. And one thing I want to spell out for you is we will see heavy rain. Everybody's going to get rain. Some of the rain will be heaviest in parts of our area over other parts of our area, but the risk of severe weather is not going to be for everybody. That's going to be for mainly areas south and west of Atlanta, where we might see that wedge of cool air eroding away a little bit more. So this is an entire 15-minute weather breakdown for you, okay? We've got plenty of time, more than we do on TV broadcasts, to talk about the different ingredients, the timeline of everything, and the threats that we're looking at. And that's the beauty of 11 Alive Plus, is that we have that infinite time that we can spend with you all and talk about impactful weather coming in. And speaking of impactful weather, we've had this weather impact alert in effect for the last couple of days, looking ahead to today's rainfall, heavy rainfall, rounds of rain. So we're not just talking about some roads that are wet, but it's the runoff from heavy rain that could lead to flooding of low-lying points on the roadways, and then creeks, streams, smaller waterways, those will go into flood stage. We just saw Big Creek in Alpharetta reaching flood stage, and then we could also see some river flooding as we go into tomorrow as well. All this rain's got to go somewhere, so it goes from the smaller waterways into the bigger ones. So we remain in our flood watch until tomorrow morning. This was expanded yesterday in area, so it now includes the entire Atlanta metro area. Doesn't include Athens down to Eatonton, but doesn't mean you're not going to see rain. You're just not seeing as much, so the flooding threat is not as high. Also, you notice a couple of brighter green areas on this map. Those are our first flood warnings that are coming out for the day. These are not flash flood warnings, but rather flood warnings for water, bodies of water. This one right here is Big Creek in Alpharetta, which its name, I believe, is an oxymoron because it's always one of the first ones to go into minor flood stage. But that is happening there, and with more rain to come, more creeks and streams could go into flood stage later on this afternoon through tonight. So model rainfall between now and tomorrow morning, another 1 to 3 inches of rain is likely. So we've already picked up in some areas up to about 2 inches of rain, and there's more rain to come. You can see here, big picture, we've got that rain pushing in from the southwest, and the rainfall amounts, okay, are heaviest right now on the southeast side of town. But up in far North Georgia, through that north side of the metro, is where the rain may stay steadiest for the rest of the afternoon, evening into early tonight. Rainfall amounts so far, you see in this purple color right here, these are all amounts that are above 1.5 inches. So the blue color is over 1/2 inch, between 1/2 inch and 1.5 inches, and the purple color is over 1.5 inches, up to 2.5 inches. We've got a lot of areas there through Cherokee County, Bartow, Cobb, Paulding, Polk, Haralson, Cherokee, or rather Carroll County. I already said Cherokee. Back into Coweta and Heard that have already picked up over 1.5 inches of rain. We've got some of these numbers actually plotted on the map for you. And again, on top of that, there's another 1 to 3 inches of rain coming. Let's zoom in on radar right now. It's the southeast side of town where we're seeing that heaviest rain move in at the moment. So it is raining up on the north side of the perimeter, the top side. It's just not raining as heavily as it is on the south side of the perimeter. So that heaviest rain right now through kind of Norcross, out towards the southern half of Gwinnett County, even starting to move into that northern portion of Rockdale County, northern Henry County, northern Clayton County, especially right on that 675 and 75 split. Some of that heavier rain's coming down, and then back towards Coweta County, Peachtree City, Fayetteville, and Tyrone as well. In downtown Atlanta, we've got some of that slightly heavier rain on the east side, so east of the downtown connector through some of these neighborhoods here out towards Grant Park and the zoo and everything like that. And then we'll zoom in on the south side again, some of that heaviest rain arriving in Irondale and arriving there in northern Henry County as well. And then back to the west, we go into Troup County and Heard County, and that rain not quite as heavy as it was about 30 minutes ago. On the north side, it's just raining constantly, right? The roads are wet, the hydroplaning risk is going up. There's those certain areas of the roads that always tend to flood first are starting to see standing water as well. So that is what has fallen so far. But you look big picture to our west. We've got steady rainfall, constant rain, more moisture working in from Alabama. That's especially going to target areas north of I-20 this afternoon. Then I want to show you what's unfolding further west of us. This is the actual cold front back into central Arkansas, Louisiana, eastern Texas, and it's this area right ahead of it where the air mass is warm, it's moist, it's unstable, and this is where we're starting to see some more, we call them discrete cells developing across Louisiana into Mississippi, and it's those discrete cells that will be the first area we watch for severe weather later on this afternoon. I'll actually zoom in on this and we will pause the loop, and you can see the nature of these. They're little, tiny, isolated, or more discrete, severe. Then they'll start pushing into Alabama. And the question's going to be, can we bring warm air into North Georgia to support severe weather, or are we going to stay cold the rest of tonight? Temperatures right now are cold. Let's go through first, big picture of our timeline for everything playing out. Then I'm going to backtrack and talk about the severe weather threat. So timeline-wise, we've got the rain continuing this afternoon, especially if you are in Atlanta or north of Atlanta. It's going to stay wet the rest of the day today. Forecast track pushing things out to 2:30, 3 o'clock. We've got that rain coming through the evening commute, especially north of I-20. And then you notice here by 8 o'clock, still got the rain to the north, but it's this stuff that's happening to our west in Alabama, where we start to see storms developing, and it'll be these storms we see. Can we warm the temperatures up, and can those storms turn strong and severe? They're probably strong and severe to our west in Alabama, but here in North Georgia, that line will come through with really heavy rain in the early hours of Thursday morning. This is 1 a.m. on forecast track. So very early tomorrow morning while you're asleep tonight, that'll be heavy rain coming through, the threat of flash flooding on the roadways, and then chance of a few stronger storms. Timeline-wise, this is getting out of here pretty quickly. The beginning part of the morning commute tomorrow may still have some lingering rain, but it's pretty quickly getting out of here. And then by the afternoon tomorrow, northwest winds bring in some hints of sunshine and returning to dry weather through the day on Friday. So it really is mainly a heavy rainfall threat, but also that low-end chance that we could see some severe weather. So slow commute, wet roads, yes, absolutely for your Wednesday evening commute. Flooding risk, medium. Okay, I say that because not everybody's going to see flooding. I don't think it's as widespread as what we saw with Helene, but I think we will see a lot more river flooding or creek and stream flooding happening throughout the night tonight. And then it's some of those roadways as we get the final pushes of really heavy rain that could also go into flood conditions. Minimal chance of power outages. I say that just because I don't think we're going to see as a whole strong winds everywhere. The ground is really saturated, so if any of these storms have some stronger gusty winds, they'd very quickly topple some trees, but I don't think it'll be a widespread thing. Now, severe weather threats. Let's talk about this, okay? I know you see this outlook and you kind of get like, whoa, this is a big day, right? Well, where the storms are developing now and where they'll go into Mississippi, the environment is much more favorable for severe weather. It's warm, it's unstable. There's good energy, wind energy over us. We just don't have the temperature profile to support it. In North Georgia, you can see we have this level 2 threat up through Atlanta, and then on the north and northeast sides of town, we have a level 1 threat. The Storm Prediction Center put this out, and they are hedging their bets on the wedge eroding, the cold air eroding. We are hedging our bets on the wedge not eroding all the way to Atlanta. So if that were to be the case, it would really only be kind of in the southern tip of our area that would see the greater risk of severe weather. So I think that the far extent north that they put this level 2 and the level 1, I think it's a little overdone, but they're kind of, covering themselves just in case the wedge erodes more. I don't think it's going to erode quite that far north, but it's something we got to watch. But the wedge is really, really strong. Let's talk about the wedge. Look at our temperatures right now. 39 Athens, 39 out in Gainesville. Clayton is 39. It is 39 in Duluth, 42 in Atlanta. We've been at 42 the last several hours. And it's also in the low 40s in Peachtree City and LaGrange. Even at 2 o'clock is still at 43 degrees. This is the wedge. We've got the cold air, which has been pushed down, kind of pulling the cold air in, so to speak, with a northeast wind. So it moved in starting Monday evening. It got stronger yesterday, and now it's still very strong. You notice the numbers at the the colors rather, at the very bottom of this map start to change. If I were to show you the temperatures, let's see if I can show you temperatures, current temperatures. Do you see these temperature differences? New Orleans is 83 right now, okay? And it's southern Georgia that's super warm. But we've got that wedge, you see these little wind lines on the map, that has brought in cooler, more stable air. They don't have the wedge in Alabama, they don't have it in Mississippi. That's a unique feature that we get here in North Georgia. And yes, it brings us disgustingly cold, gray, cloudy, dreary days sometimes, but sometimes it can also limit our chances of severe weather in setups like this. So what we're waiting to see is by 4, 5 o'clock, will we start to see LaGrange getting up into the 50s, okay? If we start to see it getting into the 50s and even the 60s, then we know the wedge is starting to erode. If this number stays in the mid-40s the entire rest of the afternoon, then the wedge is just so strong that it's going to take until that final front comes in tonight to start to scour out or push out that really cold, stable air. Now, the wedge, something to know about, okay, the atmosphere is like a hamburger. It has lots of different layers in it. It's how I explain it to little kids. I was at a first grade class this morning. I explained it that way. But at the very bottom of that hamburger, the bottom bun, we have the cold air. When you get to the patty layer, okay, whatever type of patty you want, we have a lot of wind shear right now. Changing of winds with height, okay? And if we can warm the temperatures up, the storms can tap into that, and that's how they become strong and severe. But in the case right now, temperatures are so cold, they're just not going to tap into it here. So that's what we're waiting on. It's a very, conditional severe weather chance. It's contingent upon our temperatures warming up. And if they don't warm up, we're just not going to see the severe weather play out. However, if you're south and west of Atlanta, I want you to have a way to get warnings tonight while you're asleep, because if we see those numbers creeping up, those temperatures creeping up, we could very quickly see an isolated spin-up tornado. This graphic shows you our tornado environment. It's called significant tornado parameter. And you notice here as we push the timeline out, this is 4 o'clock this afternoon, still not favorable. But I'll push the timeline out to 10 o'clock tonight, and you start to see a little bit of part of our area climbing into that on the chart threshold, okay? With the white and the orange colors still being an overall low chance, but it's a chance, right? Then you see more favorable colors, more of the oranges and reds happening down to our south and west across Alabama. We'll go into 2 a.m. this morning or tomorrow morning, and you can still see it's that little area southwest of Atlanta that if we can warm those temperatures up a little bit more into the 60s, then we can see a storm start to rotate and have storms in general. But if we're just in the 40s the whole time, it's just going to be a heavy rain threat. And that's our main concern, but I want to talk about that chance of severe weather, because that is when we do see severe weather, that's a big impact on everybody who's in the path, right? This is a forecast wind gust graphic, which also shows you that northeast wind pulling in, reinforcing the wedge, right? This is where we have southerly winds, right down here where the winds are going that way. And that's where it's more unstable, favorable for severe weather. So this afternoon stays to the south. Here comes the front, still south winds. And then finally, 1 o'clock, you see that south wind getting a little further north. That's it, trying to tap into that unstable air. So we're going to watch that tonight. Okay, we're going to watch that, and we'll be here breaking in if we need to with weather updates on 11 Alive. And of course 11 Alive Plus if we do end up seeing severe weather. So I just want to recap with this before we close, and we'll be streaming again at 3 o'clock today. For the rest of the afternoon, rain continues to the north. Might not be constant to the south, but a lot of you are still going to see some rain on and off. 4 o'clock commute, heaviest rain to the north. And then for tonight, rain builds back in. Here's 8 o'clock showing the rain building back in. The storms are still west of us at 8 o'clock tonight. 1 a.m. moving through the north side of the metro. And we're watching that early morning hour out here across west central Georgia to see if we can tap into some warmer temperatures and produce some severe weather. But that heavy rain tonight on the roadways is going to create a really big mess on the roads. I think after multiple rounds of rain this afternoon and evening, you add one more tonight on top of it, then it's a recipe for some flash flooding on the roads. 230 right on top of 85, 430 moving east of Atlanta, and then by the morning commute tomorrow, it's pretty much out of here. I do expect a little sunshine by tomorrow afternoon, and it will be a breezy Thursday. So we're looking ahead to all of that. We've got a nasty day out there now with all the rain. I do want to show you just a big picture look at Atlanta's forecast in the next 12 hours. Rain, 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 rain. Another graphic that shows you the rain coverage through 4 a.m. A lot of rain and then clearing by first thing tomorrow morning. I will close with this. Actually, I'm going to close with something else. Valentine's Day looks dry, but I want to show you over the weekend what we're tracking because we don't catch a break for very long. A couple of showers possible Saturday. Sunday, watching some storms that could develop first thing in the morning. And this will be another one of those setups where we might have a little wedge ahead of time. Maybe not as strong as what we see now. So it's already been highlighted for Saturday night, early Sunday morning. This is a 30% chance of severe weather. This is a 15% chance of severe weather in the yellow, and that's what we're in for first thing Sunday morning. So that's for Saturday overnight, early Sunday morning, watching some storms that will be possible. But in the interim, it is tonight's chance of heavy rainfall and also flooding that we're watching very closely. You see in red, our weather impact alert. You also see the alert right up here at the top of our graphics. And if you go to 11live.com on our website, it is at the top of that as well. So that is what we are in the immediate future watching for you, that risk of flooding, the risk of an isolated stronger storm tonight. We'll have another streaming update coming up at 3 o'clock today, and then we'll see you with a brand new forecast analysis coming up starting at 4 on 11 Live News. We'll see you then. Impact team talking to you here about the threat of heavy rainfall through tonight and also the low end chance that there could be a couple of stronger storms later tonight as well. But we've already picked up a really good amount of rainfall. This is since early yesterday morning. Rainfall amounts in some areas just about a half an inch, but on the north and northwest side of the metro, some of those rainfall totals now are over 2 inches in amount. So we've already picked up a good soaking rain, and there's more rain that continues to fall across parts of our areas. So temperatures right now are in the we're in the 40s, and we have rain still coming down. That rain was in the last hour steadiest and heaviest just on the southeast side of town, but now we're starting to see the rain rates tapering off a little bit up there. It's up in far north and northwest Georgia where some of those rain amounts have been picking up in intensity. So zooming in a little bit more, this is looking closely into Atlanta. You can see we have a few pockets of moderate rain there on the south side of the metro through southern DeKalb County, also into southern Fulton County there, just south of the I-20 corridor. And that includes parts of the downtown connector. To the south, you can see the leading edge of that rain now up through Meriwether County and Troup County, and then up in far northeast Georgia. We've also got some areas where the rain has been a little bit more constant out there throughout Homer and Banks County, and then also up into northwest Georgia, some other areas that are dealing with some heavier rain building in. That includes Gordon County and Calhoun, and includes out towards Pickens County, western Cherokee County, Bartow County, and then also into Floyd County. So we've got a lot of rain on the radar now, and I want to show you a big picture. There is a lot more rain to come. This is showing you a big picture. We've got this swath of rain moving through Mississippi, Alabama, and pushing into North Georgia. But then on the south side of that, new boxes, these are tornado watches that are in effect. And I'm actually going to step over here to the other side because I want to show you. Let's see if we can get number one here. There we go. We're in our 11 Alive Plus streaming studio. So these are some new things that I'm looking at and showing you here, new technology we're using. On the south side in here, we've got this more warm and unstable air. So warm and unstable air that's there. I think we're keying over it. So let's fix that. 1 second, guys. There we go. This is probably going to help us because we were keying some things over on top of me. Okay, here we go. So we've got on the south side warm and unstable air, tornado watch boxes here. But what's been unfolding in North Georgia is that we have this cool air wedge that's been keeping us really stable. Temperatures are really cold right now. That's what's happening in North Georgia. In South Georgia, temperatures are on their way up through the 70s into the 80s. So that's where things are warm and unstable. But on the northern side of this stalled out front up across North Georgia, we've got cooler, stable air. So we're tracking heavy rainfall. We're seeing severe weather starting to develop, even a tornado warning there in southern Mississippi. But what ingredients come together for severe weather there are not going to be the same for the ingredients that we will see here later on this afternoon and through tonight. So flooding. Yes, this is our greatest widespread threat. We have this flood watch in effect. It does include the Atlanta metro. It includes areas to the south and even far north Georgia. We've already picked up, in some cases, 2 inches of rain. We could see an additional 1 to 3 inches of rain on top of that. And that's what this model shows some of the highest rainfall amounts yet to come happening across our western suburbs and northern suburbs of the metro and up through the northeast Georgia mountains. So an additional 1 to 3 inches of rain is going to be likely, and that will be coming on top of already really soggy grounds. Now, let's talk about the severe weather chances. Look at our temperatures right now. We're in the 30s in Athens, in Gainesville, in Duluth. We're in the 30s up in the North Georgia mountains. 50 in Blairsville, 45 in Dalton, 44 in Rome, 44 in LaGrange. You see these green and yellow colors? That's the wedge that's been eroded away. This is where the warmer air is down in central Georgia. But with us still in the 40s, we're not going to see severe weather until we can get those temperatures to warm up a bit. So there is a level 3 risk of severe weather that includes portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. And as we zoom into North Georgia, you'll also notice there is a level 1 risk on the northeast side of town and a level 2 risk on the southwest side of town. this is a absolute worst case scenario where the wedge erodes all the way up to northeast Georgia. We don't think this is going to happen. We think the wedge is going to be stronger. It's going to take a lot of moving that cold air out of place to bring in a significant severe threat to the Atlanta area. I think for our southwestern suburbs, maybe LaGrange, Meriwether County, Pike, Lamar, Upson, maybe up to Coweta or so, we could watch a few isolated stronger storms if we can get those temperatures to warm up. If it stays in the 40s, it's just not going to play out. But heavy rain will play out regardless. Let me show you the hour-by-hour forecast track. And this shows you for the next couple of hours, it's especially north of Atlanta that sees the most widespread and heavy rain. And that rain builds back in again, kind of back builds itself as we go into early tonight. This is 8 o'clock showing you still constant rain across far north Georgia, but it's this area right here where we'll watch to see if those numbers can come up a bit and storms develop to our west this evening. As we go into early tonight, those storms press into the metro. So this is showing you 1 o'clock tonight. We have this line of heavy rain and in some cases thunderstorms. Now in this model run, the wedge is still in place across northeast Georgia, but it brings it just as the front is passing all the way up to Cobb County with the warmer air. So that's kind of the worst case scenario in terms of who gets to warm up and who doesn't get to warm up. That's 1 o'clock tonight, heavy rain. We'll be watching especially this area, LaGrange down to Columbus, maybe up towards Peachtree City for that isolated stronger storm. And then 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, we're drying out on the northwest side of town. The southeast side of town still watching some of that heavy rain and then a few thunderstorms ongoing across central Georgia. The storms, the rain exit tomorrow morning. The commute, the roads will still be wet, but the rain should be ending by the time you're walking out the door, unless you're one of those really early commuters at 4 or 5 in the morning. But what will happen throughout the day tomorrow is we have this northwest breeze helping to dry out the air. It's going to bring in a little bit of sunshine by the afternoon, call it partly cloudy by the end of the day, and also drop the temperatures by the time you wake up on Friday morning. Here's another weather model. I wanted to show you the comparison of the two. The two of them show, similar instances of what things are going to look like here for tonight into tomorrow morning, but they differ a little bit with their timing ever so slightly. So this is showing you at 3 o'clock this afternoon that rain still continuing to the north, which is kind of what radar looks like right now. We'll push the forecast track out into the evening commute, especially across our northern suburbs. That's where the rain will be most widespread and heaviest. And then you can see here by 8 o'clock tonight, the rain filling back into our west. And again, it's about 1, 2 in the morning that a lot of those storms get into the metro. This delays things by maybe an hour or two versus the other model, but it's the same general setup where we have this line of heavy rainfall and maybe some of those thunderstorms are able to squeeze their way into some of our southernmost counties. This is 2:30 tomorrow morning, right on the heart of Atlanta, and then pushing through our southeastern counties at 4:30. And then by 6, 7 o'clock, it is out of here. So this is slightly delayed versus the other model I showed you. But I do believe in general by the morning commute tomorrow at 6 o'clock, the rain's done. We're just dealing with the aftermath of all that heavy rainfall. And speaking of heavy rain, look at our camera right now. This is our camera at Truist Park out in Cobb County, Circle 75 Office Park camera there. You can see the rain coming down, and it has been a cold rain throughout the day today. This is also a camera of ours. This is from our tower cam. This is up in the clouds today because we have those low clouds with the wedge. 42 in Atlanta right now. Next 12 hours, it is going to be a struggle for us to warm up before midnight. Right at midnight, as that front comes in, we get that warmer push of air that might spike us up into the 50s here in Atlanta. I think those 60s will probably stay south and west of Atlanta itself. So we have rain. It is widespread for some of the evening hours and becoming more widespread overnight tonight through first thing tomorrow morning. Rain going to be tapering off. By 8 o'clock, we are dry, and then we'll focus on some dry weather coming in for the tail end of the week before more showers and even thunderstorms possible over the weekend. So we've got tomorrow, temperatures up close to 60. Some of us will make it there, some of us won't. Chilly air sweeping in here, going to drop us down close to freezing Friday morning. Friday afternoon, Valentine's Day, chilly out there. And then by Saturday and Sunday, we're warming the temperatures back up. But what comes at the end of the weekend is another chance of some showers and storms. Notice the 30s on Friday, warming up over the weekend with those lows. Monday, back below freezing again. Hope you didn't plant those sensitive plants. Let's talk more about your weekend forecast. Okay, Saturday, what I'm expecting are more nuisance variety showers during the day. Okay, some of us get wet, some of us don't, but we're tracking that throughout the day. By Sunday, it's the chance of thunderstorms back in the picture. This will be an overnight through early Sunday morning time frame. And this is a day 4 outlook, so we're looking way into the future for Saturday night through early Sunday morning. And they've got across some of the areas, same as today, 30% chance of severe weather, western Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, southern Arkansas. But as those storms make their way into our area, it's early in the morning. Okay, so that's a less favorable time for severe weather. And also, we may have another setup where we get a little bit of a wedge in advance. So right now, the Storm Prediction Center, based on the wind energy expected out there, has went ahead and put this 15% chance of severe weather in the forecast. You can kind of correlate this to maybe a marginal risk of severe weather. But tomorrow, this will be on that normal day 1, day 2, day 3 outlook that you're used to seeing. So that will be for first thing Sunday morning. And just to give you a broad picture of the timeline, this is showing you throughout Saturday afternoon, there might be some nuisance showers out there. If we warm up into the 60s, that destabilizes us a little bit more. We'll be watching some storms to develop in advance of the front on Saturday evening and overnight. And then by first thing Sunday morning, it is on top of us with heavy rainfall, some isolated embedded thunderstorms. But as quickly as it comes, it should be exiting by Saturday, or rather Sunday afternoon. And then that very cold air is spilling in behind that front, and that will arrive here for early next week. So a lot to talk about in the next couple of days. It's not a quiet period for us. Last week we had a lot of 70s. The weather was very remarkably nice outside. This week it's been a lot more active. You can see in red our weather impact alert that runs through tonight. Tomorrow morning it is clearing out, maybe to 60 in the afternoon. Colder start Friday, then over the weekend tracking those morning storms on Sunday. For Saturday, it'll be more of the nuisance variety showers. And then I just want you to be aware, President's Day on Monday, cold start, 28 degrees that morning low. So that's kind of the basics of what we're tracking here. I want to recap with radar before we wrap things up. And then we will have brand new information. Chris and I are going through models. We're going to have that for you today starting at 4 o'clock on 11 Alive. And also we're going to have meteorologist Danielle Moss live in the Weather Explorer, the 11 Alive Weather Impact SUV. And she's out there tracking potential flooding on the roads. And our reporter Chase Howell is also out in Cobb County today. And there was an area that had very bad flooding about 6.5 months ago. And come to find out, it was because the storm drains were blocked. So he's gone back out there today in Cobb County to see what are crews doing to make sure the storm drains are not blocked so we don't have this flooding going into these homes again. So he's got a report live from there coming up at 4 o'clock on the news. You can also watch that right here on 11 Live Plus. So recapping radar right now, we have rain falling throughout much of the metro. Where the rain is heaviest right now is across far north Georgia versus things in the metro. We had some heavier rain an hour or 2 hours ago in the city of Atlanta and a lot of our suburbs here. Still a couple of pockets there into Cobb County, southern Gwinnett County, where we're getting some moderate rain. A few more pockets there near Harrelson as well, where we're getting a few pockets of moderate rain. But big picture, it's the north side of the metro where the rain amounts and rates are really picking up, and that's across far north Georgia. We've got a wedge in place. What's happening to our west, though, are the dynamics coming together for a severe weather event later on this evening. We can already see the big boxes on the map. Those are tornado watch boxes throughout parts of western Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and those smaller red boxes, these are tornado warnings. The storms that are prompting these warnings right now, these are what we call more supercellular. They're by themselves, they're discrete, they're not a whole line of storms. We'll see them developing later today through tonight, and then more of a line of storms probably moving into North Georgia later on tonight. So I'll just show you a recap here of the timeline of all this, and then we'll wrap things up. And we got to get ready with the forecast to go on at 4 o'clock today. So recapping the timeline, tracking rain for your evening commute. Nothing severe weather is expected. Temperatures are still very cold, and it's going to take a lot to inch those temperatures upwards. So we're probably going to stay in the 40s in the metro area all the way through midnight tonight. We'll start to see some of the numbers in places like LaGrange inching their way up as we get into the evening hours, if that wedge is going to erode. It may be so stubborn it just doesn't want to erode at all. So forecast track, this is 8 o'clock tonight. You can see back to our west more heavy rain and even thunderstorm action developing. That'll move in later tonight. So here's 1 o'clock tonight, showers and storms pushing into the metro. If the temperatures in their 40s, no severe weather for you. If the temperatures warm up into the 60s like they could in places like LaGrange, then that can support some stronger storms early tonight. 2:30 right on top of Atlanta, and then by 4 or 5 o'clock it's moving out. That's the slowest model of timeline moving out. We have the other model that I showed you earlier moves it out by about 2 hours quicker than that. So it should be dry by the morning commute, but the evening commute right now, tracking all that really nasty rain, cold temperatures, still 44 in LaGrange. That's the number I keep watching because that'll be the first place we know if this wedge is going to break down, if we're going to see the greater chance of severe weather, or if that wedge is going to stay strong and it is a heavy rainfall threat and only a heavy rainfall threat through tonight. That's the latest here. We'll catch you on the news at 4 o'clock today. See you then.